Tonight, I want you to imagine something very gentle. Imagine that life is not a problem to solve, but a landscape to walk through slowly. As you lie there now, perhaps part of your mind is still trying to figure things out, trying to understand, trying to prepare, trying to control what tomorrow might bring. The mind loves certainty. It feels safer when it can predict outcomes. It relaxes when it believes it knows what will happen next. But here is something very quiet and very true. Most of life has never been certain, and yet you are still here. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. Notice how the breath comes without a contract. You do not know exactly how long the inhale will be. You do not know exactly how deep the exhale will go. And still, it flows. So tonight, we will explore a softer way of living, a way of resting even when you do not know, a way of trusting even when you cannot see the full path. We will walk through 5 new stories. Stories of uncertainty, of surrender, of quiet courage. Stories about people who believed they needed control until life gently showed them something deeper. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw unclench. Let your breathing become natural. There is nothing you need to plan tonight, nothing you need to predict. You are allowed to rest inside not knowing. And we begin with a story about a woman who tried to map every step of her future until the map disappeared. Story 1. The Woman Who Drew Maps of Tomorrow. In a coastal town where the ocean met steep cliffs, there lived a woman named Ilara. Ilara loved plans. She loved charts. She loved schedules. From the time she was young, she believed that if she planned carefully enough, she could avoid disappointment. She mapped her education. She mapped her career. She mapped her relationships. Even her weekends were outlined neatly in journals filled with colored ink. People admired her discipline. Nothing surprises Ilara, they would say. But what they did not see was the quiet anxiety beneath her precision. If something unexpected happened, her heart would race. If a plan shifted, she felt as though the ground beneath her had cracked. To her, unpredictability felt like danger. One autumn, she decided to plan the next 10 years of her life. She sat at her desk, facing the ocean, and began drawing. 5-year goals, 10-year goals, savings projections, travel schedules, personal growth timelines. She felt calm as long as the lines were straight, as long as the path was clear. But life has a way of breathing differently than our plans. That winter, the company she worked for suddenly closed. No warning, no gradual decline. Just an announcement one cold morning. Elara felt as though her carefully drawn map had been dropped into the sea. All those straight lines dissolved. The future became blank. She could not sleep for days. Her mind kept trying to redraw the path. What now? What if I fail? What if everything falls apart? The ocean outside her window roared louder than usual that week. Waves crashed against rocks without asking permission. Tides rose and fell without consulting her charts. One evening, overwhelmed, Elara walked down to the shoreline. The wind was strong, the water restless. She stood there with her journal in her hand, all the pages filled with plans, and for the first time in her life, she did not know what to write next. She sat on a flat rock and watched the waves. They moved unpredictably, some large, some small, some powerful, some gentle, but they never stopped, and the ocean never tried to freeze them into a straight line. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are holding on to a mental map, a vision of how things must unfold. Gently loosen your grip. Take one slow breath. Elara began coming to the shore each evening. At first, she came to think, to problem solve, but gradually, she began to simply watch. She noticed something profound. The ocean was not chaotic. It had rhythm, but it was not rigid. Its movement was alive, flexible, responsive. She realized her plans had not been wrong, but her attachment to them had been heavy. She had mistaken structure for security. But true security, she began to sense, might be something else entirely. In the next part of her story, Elara will face a decision to desperately redraw her map or to walk forward without one. For now, let your body sink deeper. You do not need to know what tomorrow looks like. You only need to breathe in this moment. For several weeks, Elara woke each morning with the same tightness in her chest. Her routine was gone. Her timeline was erased. Friends told her, "You'll find something else." But their reassurance felt thin. She did not just want another job. She wanted certainty. She wanted the comfort of knowing exactly where she was heading. One afternoon, sitting again by the ocean, she opened her journal. The next page was blank. Normally, that blankness would feel like possibility. Now, it felt like threat. Her hand hovered above the paper. She tried to write a new 5-year plan, but the lines felt forced, artificial, as if she were drawing a road across a landscape she could not see. Frustrated, She closed the journal and set it beside her. The tide was coming in. Waves reached closer to her feet. Without thinking too much, she stood and walked along the shoreline without deciding how far she would go. No destination, no timeline, just walking. At first, her mind protested. "Where are you going? How long will you walk? What is the purpose?" She had always walked with a goal, to reach a viewpoint, to measure distance, to accomplish something. But now, there was only sand beneath her feet, wind in her hair, the steady sound of water. After some time, something subtle shifted. The questions faded. Her breathing matched the rhythm of her steps. Inhale, step, exhale, step. She realized something gently powerful. Not knowing the entire path did not mean she was lost. It meant she was alive in the unfolding of it. The next day, she returned to the shoreline without her journal. She left it at home intentionally. This time, she watched a fisherman untangle his nets. He worked patiently, thread by thread. He did not curse the knots. He did not rush angrily. He simply responded to what was in front of him. She approached him and asked, "How do you know the sea will give you fish tomorrow?" He smiled without looking up. "I don't," he said. "Then how do you prepare?" she asked. "I mend the net," he replied. "I check the boat, and then I go." That was all. He did not guarantee results. He prepared what he could and released what he could not control. Ilara stood there quietly. For years, she had tried to guarantee outcomes. She had tried to secure every wave before it arrived. But the fisherman did not control the ocean. He simply met it. That evening, she opened her journal again. But instead of drawing 10-year plans, she wrote only one sentence. "Today, I will take one step." The next day, she updated her resume. Not because she knew where it would lead, but because it was the next step available. The day after, she called an old colleague. Not because she could predict the outcome, but because it was simply the next step. Her anxiety did not vanish overnight. Some mornings, fear returned strongly. What if this doesn't work? What if I choose wrong? But she began answering gently. "I will respond when I get there." And something inside her began to loosen. She still made plans, but they were lighter, flexible, like drawing in pencil instead of carving in stone. Months later, she found new work, not identical to what she had before. Different, unexpected, and strangely fulfilling. Had she mapped it years ago, she might have rejected it as off course. But because the map had dissolved, she had discovered a path she would never have drawn. One evening, standing again at the shoreline, she realized security was never in the plan. Security was in her ability to meet what came. As you lie here now, consider this gently. You do not need to know every detail of tomorrow to rest tonight. You do not need to map the next decade before you sleep. The ocean of life will move regardless. Your only task is to mend your net and take the next step when morning arrives. For now, let the blank page be peaceful. Let the future remain unwritten. Your breath is enough in this moment. Inhale slowly. Exhale softly. We now move into our second story, one about control of a different kind. A man who believed that if he stayed busy enough, he would never feel sadness. Let your body soften further. Story 2. The Man Who Outran His Own Shadow. In a large inland city where the streets were always alive with motion, there lived a man named Thomas. Thomas was known for his energy. He woke before sunrise. He exercised intensely. He worked long hours. He filled his evenings with social events, meetings, projects, and new ideas. There was always something next, always something scheduled, always somewhere to go. People admired his productivity. They said, "Thomas never slows down." But what they did not know was why. Several years earlier, Thomas had experienced a deep loss. Someone he loved had left his life suddenly. Not through anger, not through conflict, but through circumstances he could not change. The silence that followed that loss had felt unbearable. The house felt too quiet, the evenings too long, the space beside him too empty. So he began to fill every minute. If he stayed in motion, he did not have to feel the ache. If he stayed busy, he did not have to face the stillness. Movement became his shield. But shadows do not disappear when you run from them. They follow, always just behind you. One late evening, after an especially long day, Thomas found himself walking home alone. The streets were quieter than usual. Most shops had closed. The air felt heavy and still. Streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement. As he walked, he noticed something strange. His shadow stretched in front of him under one light, then shifted behind him under the next. No matter how he adjusted his pace, it remained. He sped up. The shadow followed. He slowed down. It stayed. For a moment, he stopped walking entirely, and the shadow stopped too. He stood there, breathing slightly harder than he expected. The city was quiet. For the first time in months, there was nothing urgent pulling him forward. And in that pause, the ache he had been outrunning rose gently to the surface. Not violently, not overwhelmingly, just present, like a quiet tide returning. His first instinct was to move again, to check his phone, to distract himself, but something held him still. He realized something subtle. The pain he feared was not growing larger in stillness. It was simply becoming visible. As you lie here tonight, perhaps there is something you have been outrunning. A memory, a feeling, a worry. Notice how it behaves when you stop running. Take one slow breath in and release it slowly. Thomas stood under that streetlight for several minutes. His chest felt tight at first. His eyes stung slightly, but he did not collapse. He did not shatter. The world did not break apart because he allowed himself to feel. In fact, something surprising happened. The ache softened, not because it disappeared, but because it was no longer being resisted. He began walking home again, not faster, not slower, just walking. The next evening, he intentionally left 1 hour unscheduled, just one. He sat on his couch without music, without television, without messages. At first, restlessness flooded in. His body wanted to move. His hands wanted to scroll. His mind searched for a task. But he stayed. He breathed. And he felt. Grief came in small waves. Memories surfaced. Tears fell quietly. But alongside the sadness, there was tenderness, love, gratitude for what had once been. He realized something profound. By outrunning his shadow, he had also been outrunning his love. The ache existed because something meaningful had existed. The shadow existed because there had been light. In the next part of his story, Thomas will learn that slowing down does not trap him in pain. It allows pain to transform into something softer, something integrated rather than avoided. For now, let your own breathing grow slower. You do not need to outrun anything tonight. The shadow can sit beside you. It does not need to be fought. In the days that followed, Tomasi continued his experiment. 1 unscheduled hour, every evening, no distractions. At first, those hours felt long, uncomfortably long. His mind would whisper, "This is unproductive. You are wasting time. You could be doing something useful." He noticed how deeply he equated stillness with failure. But he stayed. He breathed. He let the feelings rise and fall naturally. Sometimes grief surfaced. Sometimes nothing happened at all. Sometimes he simply sat, listening to the faint sounds of the city beyond his window. Cars passing, a door closing somewhere, wind brushing lightly against the glass. And gradually, the hour stopped feeling threatening. It became spacious. He began to notice subtle layers within himself. Beneath grief was fatigue. Beneath fatigue was longing. Beneath longing was love. He had feared that stopping would drown him in sorrow, but instead, it allowed sorrow to move through him. Like rain passing through a field. Not permanent, not endless, just part of the weather of being human. One evening, as he sat quietly, he placed his hand over his heart. He felt its steady rhythm. It had continued beating through loss, through busyness, through avoidance, through stillness. He realized something deeply humbling. He had never needed to outrun his shadow. He had only needed to turn and face it. The shadow was not chasing him. It was simply attached to him, as all shadows are. He remembered the streetlight that night, how the shadow shifted depending on where the light stood. He began to understand that pain also shifts depending on awareness. When ignored, it feels sharp and intrusive. When met gently, it softens, it integrates. Thomas did not become slower in every area of his life. He still worked, he still exercised, he still saw friends, but he no longer used movement to escape himself. He allowed pauses in his day. He allowed silence in conversations. He allowed space in his schedule. And in those spaces, something surprising grew. Compassion for himself, for others. He noticed how many people around him were also running from fear, running from loneliness, running from uncertainty. He recognized the tightness in their voices, the urgency in their movements, because he had lived there too. One afternoon, a friend confided in him about a personal struggle. Instead of offering quick solutions, Thomas simply listened. He did not rush the conversation. He did not try to fix the discomfort. He allowed silence between sentences. And in that silence, his friend relaxed. Thomas realized that by stopping his own running, he had created space for others to slow down too. As you lie here tonight, notice if your body feels like it has been running. Perhaps not physically, but mentally, emotionally. Let your breath slow. Let your chest rise and fall naturally. You are not behind. You are not late. There is nowhere else you need to be right now. If a feeling arises, allow it. If nothing arises, allow that too. You do not need to chase calm. Calm emerges when chasing stops. Eventually, Thomas came to see his shadow differently. It was no longer something to outrun. It was simply proof that he existed in light. Without light, there is no shadow. Without love, there is no grief. Without connection, there is no longing. The very thing he feared was evidence of something beautiful. And that realization transformed the ache into gratitude. Not overnight, not perfectly, but steadily. Tonight, you can stop running too. You can let your shadow rest beside you. You can allow whatever is here to be here. Take one long, slow breath in and release it completely. We now move into our third story, a story about ownership and control in a different form. About a collector who tried to keep everything he loved, only to discover that holding too tightly can suffocate joy. Let your body sink deeper. Story 3. The Collector of Beautiful Things. In a quiet hillside village, there lived a man named Alric who loved beautiful things. Not in a loud or boastful way, not to impress others. He simply felt deeply moved by beauty. He collected rare books, delicate ceramics, hand-woven fabrics, carved wooden figures from distant regions. His home was filled with treasures gathered over decades. Each item had a story. Each object held memory. A bowl from a market he visited in his youth. A painting from a traveling artist he once befriended. A shawl gifted by someone he once loved. Visitors often stood in awe when they entered his house. "It feels like a museum," they would say. Alric would smile quietly, but there was something subtle beneath his devotion to collecting. A quiet fear of loss. When something beautiful entered his life, he wanted to preserve it, keep it safe, prevent it from fading. Over time, he began storing his most precious items in locked cabinets. He avoided using them. He feared they might break, or wear down, or disappear. Even when guests admired a tea set, he would hesitate before serving from it. What if it chips, he would think. What if it cracks? The more beautiful something felt, the tighter his grip became, and slowly, almost invisibly, joy turned into tension. Perhaps you recognize this feeling in your own life. When something feels precious, the mind wants to secure it, a relationship, a phase of life, a version of yourself. But notice how holding too tightly changes the experience. Take a slow breath in and let it out softly. Beauty does not stay because we lock it away. One spring, a young woman named Lyora moved into the village. She was a musician. She carried little with her. Only a small instrument and a worn bag of clothes. Her home was nearly empty, yet laughter often spilled from her doorway. Alric found himself drawn to her lightness. One afternoon, she visited his house. She wandered through the rooms, admiring the shelves of carefully arranged objects. "You have so many beautiful things," she said sincerely. "Yes," Alric replied proudly. She paused in front of a cabinet filled with porcelain bowls. "They are exquisite," she said. "Do you use them?" Alric hesitated. "Not often," he admitted. "They are fragile." Laura smiled gently. "Everything is fragile," she said. He did not respond. Her words unsettled him. That evening, he found himself staring at the locked cabinet. He imagined one of the bowls shattering. He felt a tightness in his chest. Why did the possibility of breakage frighten him so much? He realized something uncomfortable. The objects were no longer sources of joy. They had become sources of anxiety. He was not enjoying them. He was guarding them. The next day, Laura invited him to hear her play music in the village square. She performed with simple joy, notes rising and dissolving in the open air. When she finished, applause echoed briefly. Then silence returned. The music did not linger physically. It could not be stored in a cabinet. It existed fully, and then it was gone. Yet everyone present felt richer for having heard it. Alric walked home slowly that evening. He stood again before the cabinet of porcelain bowls. His mind whispered, "If you use them, they might break." But another voice rose quietly beneath it. "If you never use them, they are already lost." In the next part of his story, Alric will face a moment where holding tightly and letting go stand side by side, and he will have to choose what kind of relationship he wants with beauty. For now, let your own grip soften. Notice if there is something you are holding too tightly. A memory, an expectation, a version of life. Breathe in gently, breathe out slowly. Beauty does not need to be imprisoned to be appreciated. The following evening, Alric did something he had not done in years. He unlocked the cabinet. His hands trembled slightly as he lifted one of the porcelain bowls from its shelf. It was light, delicate, painted with fine blue patterns that curved like small waves. He carried it to the kitchen table and simply held it. For a long moment, he did not pour anything into it. He just felt its texture beneath his fingers. He noticed something surprising. The bowl did not feel more fragile outside the cabinet. It felt alive, real, present. He poured warm tea into it. Steam rose gently. The porcelain warmed in his hands. He drank slowly. Nothing broke. Nothing shattered. But something inside him shifted. The bowl had always been beautiful, but now it was also useful, shared with the moment, not frozen in fear. The next day, Leora visited again. This time, Alric served tea in the porcelain bowls without hesitation. She noticed immediately. "You're using them," she said softly. "Yes," he replied. He watched as she lifted the bowl carefully, appreciating its design. For the first time in many years, the objects in his home were not being guarded. They were being lived with, and that changed everything. Weeks passed. Alric began opening more cabinets. He placed woven fabrics on chairs. He hung paintings where sunlight could touch them. He invited neighbors to share meals using the delicate plates. Yes, once or twice, something chipped. A small crack appeared in a cup. A fabric frayed slightly at the edge. But instead of panic, he felt acceptance. Nothing in the world was meant to remain untouched. He realized something gently profound. Beauty deepens when it is experienced, not preserved. The music Leora played lingered, not because it lasted, but because it was felt fully. The tea tasted sweeter in porcelain that risked breaking. The laughter in his home mattered more than flawless objects. One afternoon, as he dusted a wooden carving, he paused. He remembered the years he had spent locking things away, protecting them from wear, from damage, from life. And he saw clearly now. In trying to prevent loss, he had prevented intimacy. He had mistaken possession for connection. But connection requires participation. As you lie here tonight, consider this softly. Is there something you are trying to preserve perfectly? A phase of life, a relationship, an image of yourself. Notice the tension that comes with guarding. Then imagine loosening your grip, not abandoning, not neglecting, but allowing life to touch what you love. Take a slow breath in and release it slowly. Everything changes. Everything ages. Everything shifts form. But when you allow yourself to experience fully rather than protect endlessly, joy becomes lighter, less anxious, more alive. Ulrich's house no longer felt like a museum. It felt like a home. Objects carried small signs of use. Stories deepened. Memories expanded. He still appreciated beauty, but he no longer tried to imprison it. He understood now. Holding too tightly suffocates. Holding gently allows breathing. And so, as the seasons changed, Alric's relationship with his possessions transformed into something simpler. gratitude. He could admire. He could share. He could release, without fear swallowing joy. Tonight, you do not need to preserve this moment forever. You only need to feel it gently. Let your breath move naturally. Let the night be what it is. Nothing needs to be locked away. Nothing needs to be frozen. Now, we move into our fourth story, a story about certainty of a different kind, about a teacher who always needed to be right until a simple question unraveled his confidence in the most compassionate way. Let your body grow heavier. Story 4. The Teacher Who Had All the Answers. In a town known for its scholars and debate halls, there lived a teacher named Marin. Marin was respected for her intelligence. She could quote ancient texts effortlessly. She could respond to complex questions without hesitation. Students admired her clarity. Colleagues admired her confidence. Whenever discussions grew uncertain, people would turn to her. "What do you think, Marin?" And she always had an answer. At first, her knowledge felt like a gift. She loved studying. She loved understanding. She loved the feeling of resolving confusion. But slowly, something subtle began to change. She no longer enjoyed questions for their curiosity. She felt pressure to resolve them, to close them, to eliminate uncertainty. If she did not know something immediately, she felt uneasy. If a student challenged her view, her chest tightened. She had built her identity around being correct, being certain, being the one who knew. One afternoon, a new student arrived in her class. His name was Ishan. He was quiet, observant, and unlike the others, he did not ask many questions. But when he did, they were unusual. Instead of asking for explanations, he asked things like, "How do you know that is true? What if the opposite were also true? What remains if both sides are incomplete?" At first, Marin responded confidently. She cited references. She constructed careful arguments. But Ishan would nod gently and ask again, "How do you know?" The repetition unsettled her, not because she lacked knowledge, but because the foundation of certainty began to feel less solid. One evening, after a long day of teaching, she sat alone in her study. Books surrounded her, shelves filled with carefully organized volumes. All the answers she had collected over years. Yet she felt restless. She realized something uncomfortable. She had been using knowledge as armor. If she knew enough, she would never appear vulnerable. If she had answers ready, she would never have to sit in uncertainty. But life itself rarely provides complete information. The future remains unknown. People remain complex. Outcomes remain unpredictable. Her desire to be right was, at its root, a desire to feel safe. As you lie here tonight, notice if your mind seeks certainty, perhaps about tomorrow, about a relationship, about your own worth. The mind feels calmer when it believes it has conclusions, but sometimes conclusions close doors too quickly. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice that you do not know exactly what the next thought will be, and yet you are safe. The following day, Ishan approached her after class. "Do questions make you uncomfortable?" he asked kindly. Marin was surprised by his directness. "Sometimes," she admitted. "Why?" he asked. She hesitated, then answered honestly, "Because I feel I should know." Ishan smiled softly. What if not knowing is also a form of wisdom? The words lingered in the quiet room. Not knowing. Could that be allowed? For years, she had equated uncertainty with weakness. But perhaps uncertainty was simply openness. In the next part of her story, Marin will face a moment where she must choose between defending her certainty or embracing the freedom of saying, "I don't know." For now, let your own mind rest. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need final answers. Sometimes, peace grows in the space of not knowing. The next week, during a lecture on philosophy, a student raised her hand. "Professor," she asked, "what is the ultimate purpose of suffering?" The room grew quiet. This was the kind of question Marin usually answered without hesitation. Her mind immediately reached for familiar explanations: growth, compassion, transformation. She had spoken those words many times before, but something inside her paused. She remembered Ishan's gentle voice. What if not knowing is also a form of wisdom? For the first time in her career, she did not rush to fill the silence. She looked at her students. She felt her breath. She felt the slight tension in her chest, and instead of covering it, she let it be. "I don't know," she said softly. A few students shifted in surprise. Some waited for more. Marin continued, "I can offer perspectives, I can share interpretations, but the full purpose of suffering, I do not know." The room felt different, not uncomfortable, just open. One student spoke up. "Does it feel strange to say that?" Marin smiled gently. "Yes," she admitted, "but also relieving." The conversation that followed was unlike any she had led before. Instead of defending conclusions, she explored questions alongside her students. Instead of correcting every uncertain statement, she allowed possibilities to coexist. The discussion did not end with a tidy answer, but it ended with shared curiosity. That evening, as she walked home beneath a sky dim with early twilight, Marin noticed how light she felt. For years, she had carried the weight of certainty, the responsibility of always knowing. But saying, "I don't know," had not diminished her. It had humanized her. She began noticing how often the mind rushes to conclusions. We label people quickly. We predict outcomes prematurely. We judge ourselves harshly, all in an attempt to stabilize uncertainty. But life is not a closed book. It is unfolding in real time, each moment revealing itself gradually. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is something you feel you must understand before you can rest. Perhaps a situation unresolved, a decision unfinished, a question unanswered. Gently allow it to remain open. You do not need to complete every thought. You do not need to resolve every tension. Let uncertainty breathe. Marin's teaching changed after that day. She still offered knowledge. She still studied deeply. But she no longer clung to being right. When students challenged her, she listened with genuine interest. When she encountered complex questions, she explored them instead of conquering them, and gradually, she discovered something profound. Certainty feels solid, but openness feels spacious. Certainty feels safe, but openness feels free. One afternoon, Ishan approached her again. "You seem different," he said. Marin nodded. "I realized I was afraid of not knowing," she said. "But not knowing has space in it." Ishan smiled. "Space is where learning grows." That night, sitting quietly in her study, Marin closed her books earlier than usual. She allowed questions to remain unanswered. She allowed thoughts to drift without finishing them. She noticed how silence felt less threatening, less demanding, more like a wide field rather than an empty room. Tonight, you too can let the unanswered remain unanswered. You do not need clarity about everything before you sleep. You do not need to solve life before closing your eyes. Breathe in gently. Breathe out slowly. Peace does not require perfect understanding. It requires willingness to rest in the unknown. Now, we move into our final story before we close. A story about trust, about a bridge builder who feared crossing his own creation, and about the quiet courage of stepping forward even when certainty is absent. Let your body sink deeper. Story 5. The Bridge He Was Afraid to Cross. In a mountain village divided by a wide, rushing river, there lived a bridge builder named Corin. For years, Corin had constructed strong wooden bridges connecting villages separated by water and valleys. He understood structure. He understood balance. He knew exactly how much weight a beam could hold, how deep a foundation must be set, how tightly ropes should be fastened. People trusted his work. When Corin built a bridge, it stood firm. But one spring, heavy rains caused the river near his own village to swell beyond its usual strength. The old crossing point washed away. Villagers could no longer travel safely to the far side, where fields and trade routes lay. So Corin designed a new bridge, stronger, higher, reinforced against future floods. He worked for months, measured twice, cut carefully, fastened each joint with precision. When it was complete, the village gathered to admire it. "It's beautiful," they said. "It will hold," they said. But when the time came for the first crossing, Corin hesitated. He had built the bridge. He trusted his calculations. And yet, as he stood at the edge, looking at the river rushing beneath, doubt crept in. What if he had misjudged something? What if the foundation shifted? What if one beam cracked under his weight? Villagers began crossing confidently. Children ran across laughing. Farmers carried tools and carts. The bridge held. Still, Corin remained on the near side. It is a strange thing sometimes. We can build solutions for others. We can advise others to take risks. We can reassure others. But when it comes to stepping forward ourselves, fear feels larger. Perhaps you recognize this. Encouraging someone else to move on, to forgive, to trust, to begin again. But when it is your own step to take, hesitation grows. Corin told himself he was simply being cautious. But deep inside, he knew something else. He feared that crossing the bridge meant trusting not only the structure, but himself. That night, he could not sleep. He replayed every detail of construction in his mind. Every nail, every plank, every rope. His breath grew shallow, his chest tight. The more he tried to ensure certainty, the more uncertainty grew. The next morning, an elderly woman approached him. She had crossed the bridge already to gather herbs on the far side. "You built it well," she said. Corin nodded. "Are you sure?" he asked. She smiled gently. "You built many bridges for us. Why do you not cross this one?" He hesitated. "What if I made a mistake?" he said quietly. The woman looked at the river. "What if you did?" she replied. He frowned. "That would mean it fails." She shook her head softly. "It would mean you learn." Her words lingered. Corin realized He was not just afraid of collapse, he was afraid of imperfection, afraid of being wrong, afraid that trusting himself might reveal weakness. But standing still was also a choice. And remaining on one side forever meant never reaching the other. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is a bridge in your own life, something you have prepared for, something you are ready for, and yet you hesitate. Take one slow breath in and let it out fully. You do not need perfect certainty to take one step. In the next part of his story, Corin will discover that crossing the bridge is not about eliminating fear, but about walking with it. For now, let your body grow heavier. The river of thought can rush, but you are safe where you rest. The following morning, mist hovered above the river. The air was cool, quiet. The bridge stood still, stretching from one side to the other, its wooden planks faintly damp with dew. Corin arrived early, before most villagers had woken. He wanted no audience, no pressure, just the bridge and himself. He stood at the edge again. The river rushed below, loud but steady. His mind immediately began calculating. Weight distribution, stress points, wood density, possible weaknesses, the familiar pattern of control. But this time, instead of following every anxious thought, he placed his hand on the first wooden post. He felt its solidness, its firmness beneath his palm. He took one slow breath, then another. The bridge did not need to be flawless. It needed to hold. And so far, it had. He stepped forward, just 1 foot onto the first plank. His body tensed, his heart beat faster. He waited. The plank did not crack. The ropes did not snap. The river did not swallow him. Nothing dramatic happened. He exhaled, then took another step. The second plank felt the same as the first. Present, real. By the third step, his mind still whispered doubts, but his body began to feel the rhythm. Step, breath, step, breath. Halfway across, he paused. He looked down at the water swirling beneath him. It was powerful, unpredictable, alive. But he noticed something important. The bridge did not stop the river. It did not control the current. It simply allowed crossing. He had built something not to dominate uncertainty, but to move through it. As he reached the far side, a quiet realization settled inside him. Fear had not disappeared. It had simply lost its authority. It had walked beside him, and that was enough. The elderly woman stood waiting near the far bank. "You see," she said gently. Corin nodded. It still felt uncertain, he admitted. She smiled. Uncertainty is part of crossing. If you waited for it to vanish, you would never move. Corin turned and looked back at the bridge. He understood now that the structure was not only wood and rope, it was trust. Trust in his skill. Trust in his effort. Trust in his willingness to step despite doubt. As you lie here tonight, notice your own hesitation. Perhaps about something small. Perhaps about something life-changing. You do not need to eliminate fear to move forward. You only need to take one step with awareness. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. The river of life will always move. Some days calm, some days wild. But the bridge within you, your resilience, your capacity to respond, has already been built through every challenge you have faced. You may not feel completely certain, but you are more prepared than you think. Corin crossed that bridge many times after that morning, sometimes with confidence, sometimes with mild anxiety, but never again with paralysis. He had learned that waiting for perfect safety keeps you on one side forever. Walking with imperfection allows life to unfold. Tonight, you do not need to cross anything. You only need to rest. Let the river of thought flow beneath you. Let your body remain still. Let your breath anchor you gently. Now, we move into our sixth and final story before closing. A story about waiting, about a lantern keeper who believed he had to keep the light burning alone until he discovered that darkness is not an enemy, but a teacher. Let your body soften even more. Story 6. The Lantern Keeper at the Edge of the Sea. At the far edge of a rugged coastline, where cliffs met an endless stretch of ocean, there stood a solitary lighthouse. And within that lighthouse lived a lantern keeper named Arden. Arden's responsibility was simple but immense. Each night, he climbed the narrow spiral staircase to light the great lantern at the top. Its beam stretched far into the dark sea, guiding ships safely through fog and storm. For years, he performed this duty faithfully. He cleaned the glass, trimmed the wick, polished the metal, checked the oil twice, sometimes 3 times. He believed that if the light ever faltered, disaster would follow. Ships would crash, sailors would be lost, lives would be ruined. So he rarely rested deeply. Even after lighting the lantern, he lay awake listening to the wind. If it howled loudly, he imagined the flame flickering out. If rain struck hard against the glass, he imagined the beam weakening. His mind never fully slept. He believed he alone stood between safety and catastrophe. One winter, a thick fog rolled in heavier than any before. It swallowed the coastline. The sea became invisible beyond a few feet. The lantern's beam glowed, but its reach seemed swallowed by gray. Arden felt panic rise. What if it's not enough, he thought. He climbed the stairs again to check the flame. Then again, an hour later, then again. Each time, it burned steadily, but his mind would not settle. Near dawn, exhausted from worry, he finally sat at the top of the lighthouse, watching the fog swirl around the beam. He noticed something quietly astonishing. The light did not fight the fog. It did not push it away. It simply shone. Where the fog was thick, the light appeared softer. Where the fog thinned, the beam stretched farther. But the lantern did not strain. It did not panic. It did not double its effort. It simply burned. As you lie here tonight, notice how often your mind tries to control outcomes, trying to make sure everything will be safe, trying to prevent every possible difficulty. Like Arden climbing the stairs again and again. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. The flame within you, your awareness, does not need constant checking. It burns naturally. Arden had believed that vigilance meant tension, that responsibility meant constant anxiety. But as the fog slowly lifted that morning, he saw ships moving steadily along the horizon. They had navigated safely, not because he panicked, but because the light had been steady. In the next part of his story, Arden will discover that he does not carry the sea alone, and that even when the light dims, darkness itself holds wisdom. For now, let your body grow heavier. You do not need to climb the stairs of your thoughts tonight. The lantern is already lit. In the weeks after the Great Fog, something in Arden began to change. He still climbed the spiral staircase each evening. He still polished the glass carefully. He still trimmed the wick with steady hands. But he no longer climbed the stairs again and again throughout the night. Instead, after lighting the lantern, he would stand quietly at the top and watch the beam turn slowly across the dark sea. Round and round, steady, unhurried. He began noticing things he had missed before. The rhythm of the waves below. The way moonlight painted silver streaks across the water. The distant glow of other lighthouses along the coast. He had always believed he was alone in his responsibility. But now he saw that the shoreline was dotted with lights, each keeper tending their own flame, each beam overlapping slightly with the next. Guidance did not come from one source alone. It was shared. This realization softened something inside him. He was not solely responsible for the entire sea. He was responsible only for his lantern. And his lantern, when tended with calm attention, was enough. One night, a powerful storm struck without warning. Thunder rolled across the horizon. Waves crashed violently against the cliffs. Rain lashed at the glass. Arden's old fear flickered. What if the flame goes out? What if I fail tonight? His heart beat faster as he climbed the stairs. He shielded the lantern carefully, adjusting the oil and securing the wick. The flame flickered wildly in the gusts. For a moment, it dimmed, almost disappearing. Arden felt panic rising again. But then he remembered the fog, the steady beam, the ships navigating regardless of his anxiety. Instead of reacting frantically, he slowed his breath. He placed both hands on the metal frame and inhaled deeply. The flame danced, but it did not die. Storms were part of the sea. Darkness was part of night. The purpose of the lantern was not to eliminate storm or night, but to exist within them. As the storm raged, Arden sat beside the lantern instead of pacing. He watched its movements. He noticed how even when it bent under strong wind, it found its center again, back and forth, back and forth, but never fully gone. He realized something deeply humbling. The flame was resilient, not because he forced it to be, but because it was made to endure change. He had mistaken control for protection, but true protection was steady care, not constant fear. By dawn, the storm passed. The sea calmed. Ships had weathered the night. The lantern still burned. Arden descended the stairs slowly that morning. He felt tired, yes, but not strained, not consumed. He understood now that darkness was not his enemy. Without darkness, the light would not be visible. Without uncertainty, guidance would not be needed. Without night, rest would not come. As you lie here tonight, notice if you feel responsible for more than your share, perhaps for others' emotions, for outcomes beyond your reach, for futures not yet written. Gently release that weight. You are responsible for tending your own flame, your breath, your awareness, your presence. You are not required to control the entire sea. Let your breathing grow softer, slower. The storm of thoughts may still pass through, but you do not need to extinguish them. You only need to sit beside your lantern, steady, patient, quiet. Arden continued living in the lighthouse for many years, but he no longer lived in tension. He lit the lantern each evening with care. Then he rested, trusting that light and darkness both had their place. Tonight, you too can rest. The lantern within you is already burning. You do not need to climb the stairs again. You do not need to check it once more. Just breathe and allow the night to hold you. Now, we gently move into our closing. Let your body sink even deeper. Now, the night has grown quiet around you. The stories have unfolded like gentle waves, one after another. The woman who released her rigid maps of tomorrow. The man who stopped outrunning his shadow. The collector who learned to hold beauty lightly. The teacher who embraced not knowing. The bridge builder who stepped forward despite doubt. The lantern keeper who discovered that light does not need to strain against darkness. Each of them believed, in their own way, that control would bring safety. That certainty would bring peace. That holding tightly would prevent loss. But slowly, gently, life showed them something softer. Peace was not in control. It was in participation, not in certainty, but in presence. Not in gripping, but in allowing. Now bring your attention gently back to your body. Feel the weight of your head resting. Feel the surface beneath your shoulders. Notice how your hands are relaxed without effort. Your legs heavy, supported. Take one slow, deep breath in. Hold it gently and release it completely. Let your breath return to its natural rhythm. Nothing forced, nothing managed, just movement. Perhaps there are still thoughts drifting through. That is fine. Like the river beneath the bridge, like the fog around the lantern, like waves against the shore. Thoughts move. You remain. Tonight, you do not need to solve tomorrow. You do not need to resolve every feeling. You do not need to protect every possibility. The map can stay blank for now. The shadow can rest beside you. The porcelain bowl can simply be. The unanswered question can remain open. The bridge can wait until morning. The lantern is already lit. Imagine yourself now standing on a quiet shoreline at dusk. The sky fading from blue to deep indigo. The horizon soft and endless. You are not planning the next step. You are not chasing the next moment. You are simply here, breathing, existing, being. Feel the gentle rise of your chest and the slow fall. With each exhale, allow your body to sink deeper. With each inhale, allow a little more softness. If there is tension in your forehead, let it melt. If your jaw is tight, let it release. If your shoulders are holding weight, let them drop. You do not need to carry anything into sleep. Not your responsibilities, not your doubts, not your roles. Place them gently beside you. You can pick them up in the morning. But for now, you rest. Rest without solving. Rest without proving. Rest without planning. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to be uncertain. You are allowed to be human. And even in uncertainty, you are safe. Even in darkness, there is light. Even in stillness, there is life. Let your breathing grow quieter. Imagine the lantern at the edge of the sea turning slowly, its beam steady, not straining, not fighting, just shining. That light is like your awareness. It does not need to eliminate night. It simply illuminates what is here. And now, there is only this moment, this breath, this gentle descent into rest. May your body release completely. May your mind loosen its grip. May your heart feel light. And as sleep approaches, allow yourself to drift without effort. No more climbing stairs. No more crossing bridges. No more redrawing maps. Just rest. Deep, safe, unhurried. The night is wide and patient, and you are held within it. Good night. Sleep peacefully. Let awareness glow softly as you drift into quiet, nourishing rest.